The wireless one?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We will start shortly, so everyone, please find your seats. Thank you. Mic is right next to the, not the top one, the one on the side. Oh, don't walk during it.
Okay, mic is ready.
Mic is ready.
Where are they going to be when they perform?
Right there.
You want to go more in the middle?
You guys want to go to the center? Okay. And then when you're done, bring that stand back, okay? Yeah, you guys will go together.
Remember how we practice? I go first. We have it right here.
You gonna say hi?
But here, if we need to change it, we're still. Hi, my name is Sadika. I am Devika's younger sister. And I am Jyotika, JT's baby sister. The program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your cell phones are silent throughout the performance. And please no flash photography. I will be introducing the MC for the evening. Her name is Devika Nair. She is our oldest cousin, and we lovingly call her Kunju. Kunju is currently in her first year of medical school at the Texas A&M School of Medicine, working towards her MD and PhD. She has also been learning Bhratanatyam for 18 years under the guidance of Divyaa Auntie and Yamuna Auntie, and is very devoted to the arts. Without further ado, please put your hands together for Kunju.
I'm just going to leave this here just in case we need it.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Namaste and good evening to all. Thank you, Sadi and Joe, for that wonderful introduction. For those of you who don't know me, I am Devika Nair, Devika's cousin, and it is my absolute honor to welcome you all to Devika's Bhratanatyam and Kuchipudi Arangetram. I've had the immense privilege of watching her grow over the years in the many different roles she assumes on a daily basis. A dancer, a bassist, a singer, daughter, sister, cousin, niece, and a friend, Devika plays each role so diligently, so intentionally. Today, she comes before you all as a passionate and dedicated dancer, ready to ascend the stage and showcase her technical and expressive prowess. At this time, I would like to invite Devika's family onto the stage for the Chalanga Puja, where Devika will receive blessings from Lord Nataraja and her family. Chilanga Puja is also when the artist gets her chilanga, or dance anklets, blessed by her guru. Before we begin, I would just like to remind everyone, please refrain from walking around during the dances, as that disrupts the live stream. The word Arangetram translates to ascending onto the stage. It marks the completion of classical dance training once the student has learned the intricacies and theory of the art over a period of many years. It is an auspicious occasion where the artist offers the art at the feet of the guru and the divine dancer, Lord Nataraja. Devika's Arangetram shows a dancer's mastery over two styles of dance, namely Bhratanatyam and Kuchipudi. We will start our evening with Bhratanatyam, a dance form known for its grace, purity, tenderness, and sculpturesque poses. This classical art form originated in Tamil Nadu and is the oldest of the Indian classical dance forms. The first piece this evening is Sri Ganesha Charanam. This invocatory stuti, set to the composition of Sri Papanasham Shivan, is on Lord Ganesha, the remover of all obstacles. Gauri Sudane, son of Parvati or Gauri, and Modagapriyan, lover of modak or sweets. In this piece, the dancer asks for blessings and pays respect to God and the audience. Devika will offer flowers and salutations to God, Guru, and the audience before beginning the Margam. Sri Ganesha Charanam, Ragam Tilang, Aditalam.
തരികിടതകധീം തജ്ജം തരികിടതകതും തജ്ജം തരികിടതകനം തജ്ജം തരികിടതകതാം തജ്ജം തരികിടതകധീം തജ്ജം തരികിടതകതും തജ്ജം തരികിടതകനം തജ്ജം തരികിടതകതാം താം താം തരികിടതകധീം ധീം ധീം തരികിടതകതും തും തും തരികിടതകനം നം നം തരികിടതകതാം താം താം തരികിടതകധീം ധീം ധീം തരികിടതകതും തും തും തരികിടതകനം നം നം തരികിടതകതാം തരികിടതാം താം തരികിടധീം തരികിടധീം ധീം തരികിടതും തരികിടതും ധീം തരികിടതക 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 തും 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 തരികിടതക 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 താം നം 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 തരികിടതക 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 താം തരികിടധീം തരികിടതും തരികിടനം തരികിടതാം തരിധീം തരിതം തരിനം താം തരികിട താം തരികിട തരികിട ധീം തരികിട ധീം തരികിട തരികിട ത്വം തരികിട ത്വം തരികിട തരികിട ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം ഗജാനന ദേവ മുനിവ പണിയം ദയാകര ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം ഗജാനന ദേവർ മുനിവർ പണിയം ദയാകര ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം ഗജാനന ദേവ മുനിവർ പണിയം ദയാകര ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം നാഗാഭരണനെ നാൻമறை പോற்றும் നാഗാഭരണനെ നാൻമறை പോற்றும் നാഗാഭരണനെ നാൻമறை പോற்றும் നാഗാഭരണനെ നാൻമறை പോற்றும் നാമനെ പ്രണവ രൂപനേ ജയ നാമനെ പ്രണവ രൂപനേ ജയ നാഗാഭരണനെ നാൻമறை പോற்றும் നാമനെ പ്രണവ രൂപനേ ജയ ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം ഗജാനന ദേവ മുനിവ പണിയം ദയാകര ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം ആ പാദം നമ്പും രാമദാസ വരദനെ മോദകപ്രിയനെ ഗൗരീസുതനെ പാദം നമ്പും രാമദാസ വരദനെ മോദകപ്രിയനെ ഗൗരീസുതനെ ആദിദേവൻ മുന്നരുളിൽ ആദിദേവൻ ഉൻ അരുളില്ലയേ വേദനം മാനം തൊഴിലുണ്ടോ താം ചം പരികിടനഗധീം തച്ചം തരികിടനഗതം തച്ചം തരികിടനഗതം തച്ചം തരികിടനഗ താം 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 തരികിടനഗ ധീം 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 തരികിടനഗ തും 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 തരികിടനഗ നം 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 തരികിടനഗ താം തരികിട താം താം തരികിട ധീം തരികിട ധീം ധീം തരികിട തും തരികിട തും തും തരികിടനം തരികിടനം തരികിട താം 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 തരികിടനഗ 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 താം ധീം 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 തരികിടനഗ തരികിടനഗ തരികിട തരികിടതകതാ തും 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 തരികിടതക തരികിടതക തരികിടതകതാ നം 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 തരികിടതക തരികിടതക തരികിടതകതാ താം തരികിടതീം തരികിടതും തരികിടനം തരികിടതാം തരിധീം തരിതും തരിണം തരി താം തരികിട താം തരികിട തരികിടധീം തരികിടധീം തരികിട തരികിടതും തരികിടതും തരികിട തരികിട ആദിദേവൻ ഉന്നരുളില്ലയേ വേദനം മാനം ചെയ്തൊഴിലുണ്ടോ ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം ഗജാനന ദേവർ മുനിവർ പണിയൻ ദയാകര ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം ശ്രീ ഗണേശ ശരണം
What an energetic and auspicious start to the evening. The amalgam of intricate moves and uplifting rhythmic music have set the apt frequency for this evening. Before we journey on to the next item, I would like to share with you all a quote from the Natya Shastra, the ancient treatise of the arts. Yato hasta tato drishti, yato drishti tato manaha, yato manaha tato bhava, yato bhava tato rasa. Where the hands go, the eyes will follow. Where the eyes go, the mind will follow. Where the mind goes, there is an expression of inner feeling or bhava. And where there is bhava, there is rasa or mood. This excerpt aptly describes the power of Indian classical dance. What may appear to the untrained eyes as simply choreographed movements is really a gateway into the mind and soul of a dancer. This dancer then becomes the gateway for the audience to experience a higher sense of being. The next piece will be Shivoham, choreographed by Guru Srimati Rama Vaidyanathan. This piece is the embodiment of the Indian philosophy of Aham Brahmasmi, which signifies the intertwined relationship between the Jivatma, or the individual being, and the Paramatma, the supreme truth. The dancer reveals, Jivaha Shivaha, Shivo Jivaha. I am Shiva, and Shiva is me. This verse from the Skanda Purana reiterates the truth that Shiva is in every living being, and that every living being is in fact Shiva. This philosophy transcends to dance and art. The dance is the supreme truth, and the dancer is the individual being. In the very moment that the dance and dancer become one, art and the artist too become one, and the Jivatma and Paramatma cosmically merge. This meditative piece is used as a medium for the dancer and the audience to experience Shiva, Lord Nataraja, the king of dance, within our mind, body, and soul. Shivoham, Ragam Charukeshi, Aditalam.
जीवः शिवः शिवो देवः जीवः शिवः शिवो देवः जीवः शिवः शिवो देवः शिवः शिवो देवः जीवः शिवः जीवः शिवः शिवो देवः 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 जीवः शिवः जीवः शिवः शिवो देवः जीवः शिवः शिवो देवः जीवः शिवः शिवो देवः जीवः शिवः शिवो देवः शिवो जीवः जीवः शिवः शिवो जीवः जीवः शिवः शिवो जीवः जीवः शिवः शिवो जीवः जीवः शिवः शिवो जीवः सजीवः केवलः केवलः शिवं 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 सजीवः केवलः शिवं 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 सजीवः केवलः शिवं 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 सजीवः केवलः शिवं 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 दा नि धा पा मगरे मगरे सगरे सा सने दने सरे सरे गम पा धनि सा सरे गा मगरे सरे सा ने खनि ध प धा प म गरे धनि ध प म प ध प म गरे स ने धनि स रे ग म प धनि स रे ग म गरे स रे सा रे धनि ध प धा प म गरे धनि ध प म प ध प म गरे स ने धनि स रे ग म प धनि स रे ग म गरे स रे सा ने धनि ध प धा प म गरे धनि ध प म प ध प म गरे स ने धनि स रे ग म प धनि स रे ग म गरे स रे सा ने धनि ध प ध प sari gama pa dani sa sari ga magari sari sani dani da pa da pa magari jiva jiva shiva shivo jiva
What a soulful composition and such involved dancing from Devika. Just from the first two pieces of the evening, we've been able to get a small glimpse into the technical and emotional versatility Devika showcases through the art form. The magic created by this piece can largely be accredited to the wonderful orchestra whose music we are all blessed to experience. The first member I'd like to introduce is Sri Mohana Kumar, a well-known Carnatic classical vocalist from India. He's had years of training in classical music under the great tutelage from the RLV Music College in Tripunitara. He has received numerous artistic awards, titles, and distinctions, such as Gana Pravina in music from the Government of India. As a vocalist, Sri Mohana Kumar has performed for numerous music albums and accompanied renowned music and dance artists for classical dance programs in India and abroad. He is currently a classical performer and teacher based in the UAE. Ladies and gentlemen, Sri Mohana Kumar. Next, we have our mridangist, Sri P.K. Krishna Kumar. He hails from a rich tradition of rhythmic Indian classical music training. For nearly 30 years, he has served as a professional mridangist, teacher, and lecturer for renowned institutes such as Adarsh Bhavan's Vidya Mandir, Sri Shankaracharya University, and RLV Music College. Accompanying many established artists, Sri P.K. Krishnakumar has performed for cultural programs and events throughout India, Europe, and the US. Ladies and gentlemen, Sri P.K. Krishnakumar. Up next is Mukund Joishila, our violinist. Mukund started learning his classical music training from his mother, Sri Devi Joishila, at the age of 5. He has been learning Carnatic violin for the past 12 years, starting from Sri Swaminathan Nadarajan, Sri Mangalampalli Surya Deepthi, Sri V.V. Ravi. Currently, he is pursuing advanced training from Sangeeta Kalanidhi A. Kanyakumari in Chennai. He has won numerous awards in various national-level music competitions, including first place in the prestigious Cleveland Tyagaraja Festival, Chicago Tyagaraja Utsavam, and Saptami Foundation, along with the title Saptami Star. He has accompanied numerous artists in US and India for vocal concerts and dance programs. He has performed in many prestigious venues across the US and India, including TTD's Nadani Rajanam, and has featured in numerous concerts in the Chennai music season. He is currently a rising sophomore at Texas A&M University studying finance. Ladies and gentlemen, Mukund Joishila. Last, but most definitely not the least, we have Malavika Pillai on flute. Malavika has been learning Carnatic flute under the tutelage of Vidwan Dr. P. Padmesh of Trivandrum, who is a direct disciple of Padma Sri Vidwan Dr. N. Ramani. Malavika has won Saptami Nationals 2019 and the Star Kalakar title 2019. She continues to give performances and is a rising junior at Debeki High School. This is also her first Arangetram, for which she is lending her talents, and isn't she doing such a wonderful job? One more round of applause for this highly talented ensemble. I would now like to invite Rajita and Sanju Prabhakaran, or as they would lovingly call them, Reji Mema and Sanju Mama, to share a few words about Devika.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rajita Prabhakaran, as Sangeeta just mentioned, and to many of you, I'm also known as Bindu. And I'm the short, silly wife of this tall, handsome man next to me, and he is...
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sanjay.
And like Sangeeta mentioned, we are known as Reji Mama and Sanju Mama to Devu, as she lovingly calls us, which technically makes her our niece. Our families have adopted each other so very naturally and genuinely, and such is our relationship from the beginning. So we can attest to the fact that blood doesn't necessarily make a family, but love definitely does. And between our circle of friends and family that surrounds us today, we undeniably have plenty of it. Now, forgive me in advance as I fight this podium, as you can tell, to see beyond it without my heels on. But the best part of me being vertically challenged right now as we age, or better yet, wisen up in our marriage, is that Sanju undoubtedly keeps me young, since he sees the top of my head quite often, and he can spot the grays from his vantage point really well. So I always know when to get that color ready. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the silver lining, in an almost literal sense, if you think about it. And from Sanju's heightened perspective, well, there may be many. Anyway, getting back on track here, we are extremely honored to be standing here this evening and grateful to both Devu, as she is affectionately called, as well as her parents, Prasanna and Sureshan, for giving us this opportunity to speak at this momentous occasion. The name Devika in Sanskrit means little goddess. So you can imagine how thrilled and blessed we both felt to have this little goddess perform a dance at our weddings many, many years ago at a young, tiny, and delightful age of 5, where she naturally captivated the audience and left us smiling in admiration of her indisputable talent and passion for dancing. This was also her very first solo performance, but yet she conquered that stage without fear, with such energy and enthusiasm, and captured our hearts without a doubt in her adorable blue and red outfit that we remember so vividly to this day. And for a better understanding of today's significance, let us begin with the etymology of the term Arangetram. The word Arangam means a stage, and Atram means ascent. Thus, Arangetram literally means climbing or reaching the stage, or ascending the stage in both Tamil and Malayalam, as Sangeeta pointed out to us earlier. It refers to the graduation ceremony, where the guru presents his or her pupil to the public. And Arangetram is the very first time a student performs a full concert by themselves and showcases their training of the Indian classical dance forms, which Devu has been diligently executing thus far before us. So it's truly both our privilege and honor to celebrate Devu amongst all her family and friends here today, during her solo dance debut as the little goddess herself transforms the stage. The sacrifices of all the family members we have known during the numerous Arangetrams we have been blessed to attend have always touched our hearts. And we know this summer has been tough in terms of free time for travel or fun activities for Sadi and Joe. Because you see, an Arangetram as successful as this is only possible to deploy with the immense support of Devu's amazing family, and of course her guru, Srimati Divyaa Unni. And while it is indeed Devu's tireless efforts we inarguably recognize, the sacrifices of her family members are just as noteworthy. From her parents spending time and energy to take her for dance practices, the countless days of planning and preparing for this moment with her, providing encouragement, comfort, and reassurance, while ensuring their daughter has all that is necessary to succeed, alongside her little sisters, who sacrificed their summer fun without any protests of their own, knowing how important this day is for their Chechi, and understanding how extremely hard she has been working to get here. Can we get a standing ovation and a round of applause for all of our family, please, for their support? Thank you. I really can't tell if you guys are standing because of light, but I hope you have been. And now that we made sure you're awake and have provided some circulation for your extremities there, let us move on. In quoting the famous American dancer and choreographer Agnes DeMille, to dance is to be out of yourself, larger, more beautiful, more powerful. This is power. It is glory on earth, and it is yours for the taking. Devu's winsome personality has continued to shine through during her numerous performances throughout the years, from her delicate yet well-defined movements down to the pureness of her expressions. And her dance steps illustrate her energy and passion for the art form, all of which exemplify the true nature and spirit of a brilliant dancer, in which she carries herself with such grace and humility as a humble servant of God, bringing joy to those around her and uplifting their spirits, as she takes our breath away during her remarkable performance here tonight. Everyone, now can we please give a huge and encouraging round of applause for Devu?
In case you were all wondering, yes, I do get to say a few words. Okay. Devu encompasses so many talents beyond dancing that are noteworthy. She not only sings beautifully as an eager learner of classical music, but she is also a musician and sought-out member of her high school orchestra. Generally speaking, the talent, intelligence, and kindness that we have experienced and been welcomed into is phenomenal amongst the many young members of our growing community displayed at bhajans, dance performances, and music recitals, to illustrate a few. As my wife noted, our very first introduction to Devu's dancing began with her leaping and bounding with inexhaustible energy as a 5-year-old as our most endearing wedding gift. It is a marker, unfortunately, of how old we have become, but as well, a blessing to experience how she has grown into such a marvel. From that day forward, she has amazed us with her commitment and development of skills, interests, and prodigious talents, not only in dance, music, and scholastics, but deeply in how she is such a loving and caring young woman. We are capable of knowing anyone fully only in moments, increments of time that help us to develop a tapestry of the person as a whole for us. A recent memory of mine and my wife's that I can recall is from our 10-day RV trip that we took as a family through 10 states, 4 national parks, and at least 2 state parks last summer, celebrating as Devu received an ovation from random strangers for an impromptu performance in front of the Garden of the Gods National Park in Colorado Springs, which couldn't be a more fitting scene, ironically. The little goddess dancing in the Garden of the Gods, devoted, disciplined, and skillfully divine. She was my helper as we MacGyvered, and for those of you who don't know who MacGyver is, ask your parents, okay? A quick fix for a broken table in our cranky RV with Mr. Rocky, our makeshift hammer that Joe and Sadi found in the parking lot. We have always seen Devu assisting her mom and dad with her younger sisters. The mighty and loving term, Chechi, that they attach to their sister's name comes with a world of responsibilities, such as playing the 1,000 round of thumb war, tic-tac-toe, or some other such game for the sake of their enjoyment, which Devu so fondly and possibly, at times, begrudgingly undertakes. She is, after all, unbelievably only a teenager. Our dearest Devu, we are so very proud of you. We could not be more honored to have the privilege to sing our praises for you today, and we are also very thankful for your presence in our lives. Just know that all of us are here to support and encourage you on completing your Arangetram, and excuse me if I mispronounce that, and also any of your future endeavors. Once more, dear friends and family, on the count of 3, again, on the count of 3, and in unison, because I know, us Malayalis, we have a difficult time following directions sometimes. So on the count of 3 and in unison, let us all cheer and show her our support by saying, "We love you, Devu," and let's make it so that she can really hear us. 1, 2, 3. We love you, Devu. Thank you all.
I'm not as tall as him. Thank you for sharing those words and for being a constant source of support for not just Devika, but for the entire family. We now come to the Varnam, the most important and complex centerpiece item in the Bhratanatyam repertoire. It is a combination of nritta, pure dance with rhythm and tempo, nritya, facial expressions and hand gestures to convey meaning, and natya, storytelling via role-playing, combining nritta and nritya. Composed by Sri Lal Gudi Jayaraman, this piece contains 9 ragas, or musical scales, each one used to manifest a different rasa, or emotion. Angayar Kanni, also commonly referred to as the Navarasa Varnam, or the Navaraga Varnam, utilizes the 9 rasas, or emotions, to glorify goddess Meenakshi. This Varnam explores 9 different episodes from Meenakshi's life and highlights her interaction with Shiva, thereby capturing the 9 different rasas. Goddess Meenakshi is described as the one whose eyes are similar to that of fish, the beautiful and brave daughter of King Malayadwaja, who defeated her rival kings with her army and is full of valor, or Vida. She falls in love with Shiva, and upon seeing him, loses her 3rd breast, depicting love, or Shringaram. After learning more about the strength and power of her beloved, she is stunned or surprised, Adbudam. When Lord Shiva uses his power to teach the arrogant king a lesson, Parvati laughs in amusement, laughter, or hasyam. Dakshayani is disgusted by her father, Daksha's behavior toward her beloved husband, Shiva, as he mocks and insults him, calling her husband a beggar. Here, she demonstrates disgust, or bhivatsam. She is enraged after seeing the demons Chanda, Munda, and Bandasura and kills them, displaying anger, or Raudram. She is horrified after realizing that her husband is willing to drink the poison that is consuming the world, and upon seeing Ravana disrupt balance on earth, fear, Bhayanagam. The composer feels there is no one as compassionate as her in the world when it comes to protecting her devotees, like a mother showing compassion, or karunya. He finally asks her to bless everyone with good thoughts and actions in order to maintain peace and tranquility in the world, depicting peace, or Shantam. Angayar Kanni, Navaraga Varnam, Adi Talam.
அங்கையர் கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே அங்கையர் கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாளே அணி வீரர்கள் ரத கஜ துரகமுடன் அங்கையர் கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாளே அணி வீரர்கள் ரத கஜ துரகமுடன் அங்கையர் கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி
ஜனக்கு ஜனக்கு ஜன்ன கிட்ட கிட்ட தக்க தனக்கு தா தனக்கு தேய் தரி தக்க தக்க தா கனக்கு ஜனக்கு ஜன்ன கிட்ட கிட்ட தக்க கனக்கு தா ஜனக்கு தா தரி கிட்ட தக்க தா கனக்கு ஜனக்கு ஜன்ன கிட்ட கிட்ட தக்க கனக்கு தா கினக்கு தா தரி கிட்ட தக்க தா கனக்கு ஜனக்கு ஜன்ன கிட்ட கிட்ட தக்க கனக்கு தா கினக்கு தா தரி கிட்ட தக்க தா கனக்கு ஜனக்கு ஜன்ன கிட்ட கிட்ட தக்க கனக்கு தா கினக்கு தா தரி கிட்ட தக்க தா கனக்கு ஜனக்கு ஜன்ன கிட்ட கிட்ட தக்க கனக்கு தா கினக்கு தா தரி கிட்ட தக்க தா கனக்கு ஜனக்கு ஜன்ன கிட்ட கிட்ட தக்க கனக்கு தா கினக்கு தா தரி கிட்ட தக்க தா கனக்கு ஜனக்கு ஜன்ன கிட்ட கிட்ட தக்க கனக்கு தா கினக்கு தா தரி கிட்ட தக்க தா கனக்கு தக்க தா கிருதா கனக்கு தக்க தை கிருதா கனக்கு தாரா கனக்கு தேரா கனக்கு தாரா கனக்கு தேரா கனக்கு தகதா கிருதா கனக்கு தகதை கிருதா கனக்கு தாரா கனக்கு தேரா கனக்கு தாரா கனக்கு தே தா தி நா தோம் தக்கிட்ட ஜம் தக்கிட்ட தோம் தக்கிட்ட ஜம் தக்கிட்ட தோம் தக்கிட்ட ஜம் தக்கிட்ட தோம் தா தி நா தோம் தக்கிட்ட ஜம் தக்கிட்ட தோம் தக்கிட்ட ஜம் தக்கிட்ட தோம் தக்கிட்ட ஜம் தக்கிட்ட தோம் தா தி நா தோம் தக்கிட்ட ஜம் தக்கிட்ட தோம் தக்கிட்ட ஜம் தக்கிட்ட தோம் தக்கிட்ட ஜம் தக்கிட்ட தோம்
அங்கய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாலே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாலே அணி வீரர்கள் கஜதுரகமுடன் அங்கய கண்ணியானந்தம் கொண்டாலே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாலே அணி வீரர்கள் கஜதுரகமுடன் அங்கய கண்ணியானந்தம் கொண்டாலே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாலே அணி வீரர்கள் கஜதுரகமுடன் அங்கய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாலே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாலே அணி வீரர்கள் கஜதுரகமுடன் அங்கய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாலே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாலே அணி வீரர்கள் கஜதுரகமுடன் அங்கய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாலே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாலே அணி வீரர்கள் கஜதுரகமுடன் அங்கய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாலே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாலே அணி வீரர்கள் கஜதுரகமுடன் அங்கய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் மீனாட்சி மீனாட்சி வீரர்கள் ரத கஜ துரகமுடன் அங்கைய கள்ளி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாளே அணி வீரர்கள் ரத கஜ துரகமுடன் அங்கைய கள்ளி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாளே அணி வீரர்கள் ரத கஜ துரகமுடன் அங்கைய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாளே அணி வீரர்கள் ரத கஜ துரகமுடன் அங்கைய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாளே அணி வீரர்கள் ரத கஜ துரகமுடன் அங்கைய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே எங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூடினாளே அணி வீரர்கள்
தளங்கு தக்கத்திக்கு தக்க ததிக்கிட்ட தும் தா தா தி தி ஜம் ஜம் நம் நம் தத்தித்தும் நம் தகதித்தும் நம் த தா தி தி தும் தும் நம் நம் தத்தித்தும் நம் தகதித்தும் நம் தத்தா தித்தி தும் தும் நம் நம் தத்தித்தும் நம் தகதித்தும் நம் தத்தா தித்தி தும் தும் நம் நம் தத்தித்தும் நம் தகதித்தும் நம் தத்தித்தும் நம் தகதித்தும் நம் தத்தித்தும் நம் தகதித்தும் நம் தத்தா தித்தி தும் தும் நம் நம் தத்தித்தும் நம் தகதித்தும் நம் தத்தா தித்தி தும் தும் நம் நம் தத்தித்தும் நம் தகதித்தும் நம் தா திம் கி ந தும் த திம் கி ந தும் ததிக்கிட்ட தும் தக ததிக்கிட்ட தும் தக தும் தக ததிக்கிட்ட தும் ததிக்கிட்ட தும்
கலைநாதன் தன்னை கண்டாள் மனம் கொண்டாள் நாணி கூனிந்து இள நகை சிந்த நின்றாள் நங்கை கலைநாதன் தன்னை கண்டாள் மனம் கொண்டாள் நாணி கூனிந்து இளநகை சிந்த நின்றாள் கங்கை கைலை நாதன் தன்னை கண்டாள் மனம் கொண்டாள் நாணி கூனிந்து இளநகை சிந்த நின்றாள் கங்கை கைலை நாதன் தன்னை கண்டாள் மனம் கொண்டாள் நாணி கூனிந்து இளநகை சிந்த நின்றாள் நங்கை தன்னை கண்டாள் மனம் கொண்டாள் நானே கூனிந்து இளநகை சிந்த நின்றாள் அங்கை கைலை நாதன் தன்னை கண்டாள் மனம் கொண்டாள் நானே கூனிந்து இளநகை சிந்த நின்றாள் அங்கை கைலை நாதன் தன்னை கண்டாள் மனம் கொண்டாள் நானே கூனிந்து இளநகை சிந்த நின்றாள் அங்கை கைலை நாதன் தன்னை கண்டாள் மனம் கொண்டாள் நாணி கூனில்து இளநகை சிந்த கசக சகப நிதபக சக நீத நீத பக பத நிசக சாபக பக சத நிசாத நி பதக பனீத எரித்தான் மாறனை காலாளுதைத்தான் காலனை சிவபிரான் சிரித்தேன் முப்புறம் பொடி செய்த அற்புதம் கண்டு வியந்தாள் எரித்தான் மாறனை காலா சிவபிரான் சிரித்தே அற்புதம் கண்டு வியந்தாள் எரித்தான் மாறனை காலாள் உதைத்தான் காலனை சிவபிரான் சிரித்தேன் முப்புறம் பொடி செய்த அற்புதம் கண்டு வியந்தாள் மம தனி சத சாதா பமரி கமரி சத்தீரி நிசரி தனி சமப தரி கமப தப தனி சரி சாதா பம சாதா பமரி கமரி தெற்கு மண் சுமந்து உலகோர் பிறம் படி பாட வைத்த சிவனார் பெற்றுக்கு மண் சுமந்து உலகோர் பிறம் படி பாட வைத்த சிவனார் பெற்றுக்கு மண் சுமந்து உலகோர் பிறம் படி பாட வைத்த சிவனார் விறகு கற்றோடு பாட ஊமை கை கொட்டி சிரித்தாள் வாய் பொத்தி நகைத்தாள் பெற்றுக்கு மண் சுமந்து உலகோத்திரம் படி பட வைத்த சிவனார் விறகு கற்றோடு பாட ஊமை கை கொட்டி சிரித்தாள் வாய் பொத்தி நகைத்தாள் அங்கைய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே திசையெங்கும் வென்று வெற்றி வாகை சூட்டினாளே அணி வீரர்கள் துரகமுடன் அங்கைய கண்ணி ஆனந்தம் கொண்டாளே தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணிந்து
தக்க 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 தரிகிடும் தரிகிடும் தளங்குதும் ததிங்கிணதும் தத்த தின்னம் திகுதக தரிகிட தக்கத்த தின்னம் திகுதக தரிகிட ரத்த தின்னம் திகுதக தரிகிட தக்கத்த தின்னம் திகுதக தரிகிட தத்தின்னம் தரிகிட தக்க தக்க தின்னம் தரிகிட தக்க தத்தின்னம் தரிகிட தக்க தக்க தின்னம் தரிகிட தக்க தக்கிட தக்க திக்கிட தக்க தும்கிட தக்க நம் கிட தக்க தா தி தும் நம் தத்தி தும் நம் தி தும் நம் தும் நம் நம் ததிகிட தும் ததிகிட தும் ததிகிட தும் தக்க ததிகிட தும் தக்க ததிகிட தும் தக்க ததிகிட தும் தக்க திக்கு ததிகிட தும் தக்க திக்கு ததிகிட தும் தக்க திக்கு ததிகிட தும்
தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் ദക്ഷനിൻ ചെറുകാൽ വെറുപ്പൂറ്റാൾ ദാക്ഷായണി പതിயை മതിയാത 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 ദക്ഷനിൻ ചെറുകാൽ വേറുപൂറ്റാൾ ദാക്ഷായണി പതിயை മതിയാത പതിயை മതിയാത ദക്ഷനിൻ ചെറുകാൽ വെറുപ്പൂറ്റാൾ ദാക്ഷായണി പതിயை മതിയാത ദക്ഷനിൻ ചെറുകാൽ വെറുപ്പൂറ്റാൾ ദാക്ഷായണി പതിயை മതിയാത ദക്ഷനിൻ ചെറുകാൽ വെറുപ്പൂറ്റാൾ ദക്ഷാ പഗമ പനിമ പനിമ വസ സ പാതി സ സരി സ രി സദ தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம். மகாகாளி கபாலினி திரிசூலினி சிம்ஹவாகினி சினந்தெழுந்தாள். மகாகாளி கபாலினி திரிசூலினி சிம்ஹவாகினி சினந்தெழுந்தாள். ശൂലിനി സിംഹവാഹിനി സിനന്തെഴുന്നാൽ ചണ്ടമുണ്ട കൊടിയ ഭണ്ഡാസുരനെ കണ്ട തുണ്ടമായി വധം ചെയ്ത ദേവിயை പണിൽது அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணில்து அருள் பெறுவோம் சரேரேக கமகரேத பமபத நிசரி சரி மகரி சரேரேக கமகரேத பமக தபத மபத நிசரி சரி மகரி தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் ஆல ஆல விஷம் அரணரந்த விஷம் அரணரந்த அரகன் கைலை தனை கையால் அசைத்திடவே ஆல ஆல விஷம் அரணரந்த அரகன் கைலை தன்னை கையால் அசைத்திடவே திகழ்ந்த தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணிந்து சாபாரே நிதப மகமரி கரிச ரிச நீதப மதானி रे नी सदा मद नीद पर रे नीद प मद नि स रे नी सदा मद नीद पर रे नीद प मद नि स மதனி சரி கரி சரி நி சரி கம பம கமரி சரி சதரி நீ தபம தனி சரி மதனி சாப ரே கம தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தரணி தன்னை தயை செய்வாருண்டோ தாய் போதரணி தன்னை தயை செய்வாருண்டோ அருள் பார்வையே ஜெகம் காத்திடும் துயர் தீர்த்திடும் என் அன்னை அருள் பார்வையே ஜெகம் காட்டிடும் துயர் தீர்த்திடும் என் அன்னை தஞ்சம் என்றால் உள்ளோ கனிந்து தனி கருணை செய்வாய் கண்ணீர் மல்கி கருத்தினிலே திருப்பதத்தை இருத்திய தேவியை கனிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை கனிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தாய் போலி தரணி தன்னில் தயை செய்வாருண்டோ அருள் பார்வையே ஜெகம் காட்டிடும் துயர் தீர்த்திடும் என் தன்னை தஞ்சோ என்றால் உள்ளம் கனிந்து தனி கருணை செய்வாய் கண்ணீர் மல்லி கருத்தினிலே திருப்பதத்தை இருத்திய தேவியை பணிந்து அருள் பெறுவோம் தேவியை பணிந்து சர்வானந்தமய சக்கரவாசினி ശ്രീലളിതാംബികേ ശരണം ശരണം അമ്മ സർവാനന്ദമയ ചക്രവാസിനി ശ്രീലളിതാംബികേ ശരണം ശരണം അമ്മ മുഴുമതി മുഖം അരുൾ വിഴിപ്പുന്നകൈ തവൾ ഏഴിലുരുവേ ഉണ്ണை എന്നാളും സ്തുതിപ്പോം അവനീൽ அன்பு ஒற்றுமே அறிவற்றாலும் அமைதி ஆனந்தம் ஐஸ்வர்யமும் அருள்வாய் சாந்தஸ்வரூபிணி சரணமம்மா சாந்தஸ்வரூபிணி சரணமம்மா சாந்தஸ்வரூபிணி மீனாட்சி மீனாட்சி
Before I ask you all to give her one more round of applause, you guys will be doing this again. I must bring to your attention the length of the dance you just witnessed. This Varnam ran about 40 minutes in length and was riddled with intricate jatis, and 9 vastly different emotions. So for that, please join me in one more round of applause. As well as being a classically trained dancer, Devika also excels in Carnatic music, the South Indian classical music genre. She has been a student of Srimati Jyoti Venkateshan for the past 7 years. Devika has sung in front of music legends K.S. Chitra ma'am and P.S. Sushila ma'am, as well as have won competitions through the Tamil Nadu Foundation at Meenakshi Temple. Her guru, Srimati Jyoti Venkateshan, is a student of Sangeeta Kalanidhi, late Sri D.K. Jayaraman, and was raised in Chennai in a family of Carnatic musicians and music lovers. She has given numerous music concerts in India, Canada, US, and has won the title Sangeeta Kala Ratnam in 2006 in Canada. She holds the Guinness World Record for the most people chanting online simultaneously. Srimati Jyoti has organized and performed at various Carnatic music programs in Houston, including both adults and kids, trained them in thematic presentations at Sri Guruvayurappan Temple, Sri Meenakshi Amman Temple, Sri Ashtalakshmi Temple, and Sri Krishna Vrindavana through organizations including Classical Arts Society of Houston, Marga, Kanji Kamakodi Seva Foundation, Sringeri Vidya Bharati Foundation, Telugu Cultural Association, Malayali Association of North American Hindus, or Mantra, to name a few. She had also trained, organized, and led the Tyagaraja Aradhana event in Wichita, Kansas for Carnatic music performers in the Midwest. Her music students have won in competitions conducted by the International Carnatic Musicians and Dancers Association, ICMDA, Tamil Nadu Foundation, Bharati Kalai Mandram, and have performed for playback singers like Padma Bhushan P. Sushila Ma'am, Padma Bhushan K.S. Chitra Chechi, super singer Mukkuthi Murugam. Srimati Jyoti is an IT professional and pursues her passion in Carnatic music by performing and teaching in Houston. She continues to practice advanced concepts with her Carnatic music peers and music celebrities in Chennai through her guru Sri D.K. Jayaraman's Carnatic music. Srimati Jyoti considers a divine blessing to be able to teach Narayaniam for free since February 2018 to anyone that is interested across the globe. Her goal is to promote the divine art of Carnatic music, Hindu scriptures, and bhakti among younger American Indians and motivate them to appreciate the nuances by understanding the underlying concepts. We would be remiss if we didn't give time and space to a huge part of Devika's life, so please enjoy Ardu Modi, set to Ragam Charukeshi, Adi Talam, sung by Devika, followed by a few words from Devika's guru, Srimati Jyoti Venkateshan, who unfortunately could not make it this evening.
in the 90s of street work. I'm really glad to be a part of Devika's Arangetram retreat. There are a few students that always go above and beyond what the teachers ask of them. And Devika's absolutely master's student who takes every instruction, pays attention to details on what she hears from her. The reason I say that is based on those several examples that I have observed with Devika over the years that I have taught. And as promised Devika, I try not to impress her. But a few specific examples would be the way she presented the economy of the It's not just about the presentation of the or the it's about the process of learning it to get into the performance. This economy is a very talented piece. A talented artist on the rhythm, the tune, the lyrics, make this talent across all directions. And they follow the directions that they did in class so beautifully, and the presentation and content of this information came up really well. That's one example, and not just for her music, even when it comes to movie songs. She would just get involved in the song, and she's able to bring out the emotion of the song so well that she presents, and that's not very easy because the artist's thought process should work through the logical aspects of the grammar of the song, and then it should also carry the emotion. It does not come very easily. So she's able to do that so naturally. And Carnatic music is a very challenging form. It challenges the very power of the artist who are prominent. And the reason I myself in the she lessons known in class, she's an extremely intelligent student, and I don't need to see the transcripts. I can just say they must be a top performer and can be the best one. Having said all this, Devika, just remember that the delivery of running as well is an ocean. We are not little droplets in this ocean. So please ensure you continue to learn these art forms throughout your lifetime, despite all the distractions around you. And I would really provide many of you something that allow you to bless Devika to be able to see and perform a lot more stages, a lot more performances. And I pray to bless Devika to help balance her professional and personal life happily with an ever smiling face. Stay blessed always, Devika. Stay with God, own the Lord.
Would you have space?
What a beautiful rendition by Devika. so wonderfully accompanied by Maheshwar Pillai on mridangam and Pranav Praveen on the flute. I would also like to extend gratitude to Ms. Jyoti for those beautiful words and for giving us a different perspective of Devika. So one more round of applause. We will now enter the Kuchipudi portion of our evening. You will notice stylistic differences in the execution of the steps, as well as the usage of a pot of water and a brass plate. What the pot and plate represent has been interpreted in different ways. Some see the pot filled with water to symbolize the heavy responsibilities we carry, and the brass plate to represent the earth to which we are bound. Similar to how the dancer balances the pot while staying in rhythm, we should be balancing our responsibilities while staying grounded. Yet another interpretation is that the pot represents the Paramatma and the brass plate represents the Jivatma. Kuchipudi hails from the South Indian state of Andhra Pradesh and was historically learnt and performed by male dancers before men and women mutually engaged in this classical dance style. With that being said, the Kuchipudi piece Devika will perform is titled Marakata Manimaya Chela. In this dance, Krishna is portrayed as a good friend, a protector. Marnita Gunashila, Dayala, Mam Palaya, Vara Balagopala. O Balagopala, the one possessing honorably great attributes, the merciful one, protect me. Devika will demonstrate the well-known story that signifies the heartwarming friendship between Krishna and his childhood friend, Kujelan. The story starts showing the destitute conditions that Kujelan and his family live under. Seeing that they are not able to provide their children enough food for even one meal, Kujelan's wife, Sushila, says to her husband, "Are you not Krishna's good friend? Why don't you go ask him to help us?" Initially, he denies her request, believing that their sacred friendship was not meant to be transactional. However, after Sushila relentlessly begs him, Kujelan decides to pay his friend Krishna a visit with a small sack of Krishna's favorite food, avil, or puffed rice. Upon reaching Krishna's kingdom, Kujelan is overwhelmed by the opulence that fills his eyes. The guards, on the other hand, laid eyes on a peculiar, poorly dressed man who they refused entry to. Krishna finally sees his friend from his balcony, comes running down, and brings him in. Inside, they catch up on each other's lives, share memories, and Krishna eats the avil brought for him. In Krishna's presence, all of Kujelan's worries wash away. Eventually, Kujelan bids farewell to Krishna and returns home without having asked for anything. When he arrives home, he is taken aback by what he sees. In place of the little hut that used to be his home is now a grand mansion, and inside is his family draped in brilliant clothing. Krishna, his protector, his friend, had heard Kujelan's unspoken prayers and blessed his family endlessly. Maragata Manimaya Chela, Ragamaliga Aditalam.
ഉത്തുംഗോല്ലാസിനാസം ഹരിമണിമുകുര പ്രോല്ലസത്ഖണ്ഡപാണി വ്യാലോല കർണപാശാഞ്ചിത മകരമണികുണ്ടല ദന്തദീപ്രം ഉന്മീല ദന്തപംക്തിഃ സുരതരുണതരക്ഷായാം ബിംബാന്തരാന്തക പ്രീതിപ്രസ്യന്തി മന്ദസ്മിതമധുരതരൗ വക്രമുദ്ഭാസിധാമേ മരകത മണിമയ ചേല കൃഷ്ണ 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 മരകത മണിമയ ചേല ഗോപാല മന്മഥന കോടി സൗന്ദര്യ വിജിത പരമാനന്ദ ഗോവിന്ദ മുകുന്ദ മരകത മണിമയ ചേല കൃഷ്ണ മരകത മണിമയ ചേല കരതലധര മുരളീ നവനീത കരതലധര മുരളീ നവനീത കരതലധര മുരളീ നവനീത കരതലധര മുരളീ നവനീത വദന കമല ആനന്ദ ഹസനധര കരതലധര മുരളീ നവനീത വദന കമല ആനന്ദ ഹസനധര നയന കമല ആനന്ദ ജ്വലിത മമ ഹൃദയ കമല നിരഞ്ജന ജഗന്നാഥ താം തകിട്ട തക തക ധിമി തോം ദഗ തക ധിമി തോം ദഗ തിരന താം തകിട്ട തക തക ധിമി തക ജണു തജണു ധരി മഗരി ധസരി മപ തജണു തരി മഗരി തജ ജം തരി തരി താം കിത തുപാ മഗര ಗರಿ ಸರಿ ಮ ಪ ಮರ ಕತ್ತ ಮಣಿಮಯ ಚೇಲ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮರದ ಮಣಿಮಯ ಚೇಲ ಮಾನಿದ ಗುಣಶೀಲ ದಯಾಗಳ ಮಾನಿದ ಗುಣಶೀಲ ದಯಾಗಳ ಮಾಪಾಲಯವರ ಬಾಲಗೋಪಾಲ ಮಾನಿದ ಗುಣಶೀಲ ಮಾಪಾಲಯವರ ಬಾಲಗೋಪಾಲ ಮಾನಿದ ಗುಣಶೀಲ ದಯಾಳ 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 ಮಾಪಾಲಯವರ ಬಾಲಗೋಪಾಲ ಮಾನಿದ ಗುಣಶೀಲ ಮಾನಿದ ಗುಣಶೀಲ ದಯಾಳ ಮಾಪಾಲಯವರ ಬಾಲಗೋಪಾಲ 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 ಮಾನಿದ ಮಾನಿದ ಗುಣಶೀಲ ದಯಾಳ ಮಾಪಾಲಯವರ ಬಾಲಗೋಪಾಲ ಮಾನಿದ ಗುಣಶೀಲ ಪಾಲಯವರ ಬಾಲಗೋಪಾಲ ಮಾನಿದ ಗುಣಶೀಲ ದಯಾಳ 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 ಪಾಲಯವರ ಬಾಲಗೋಪಾಲ ಸಾನಿಧ ಪಮಗರಿ ದೀನರಕ್ಷಕ ದಸರಿ ಮಗರಿ ಮುರಳೀಧರ ಮುಕುಂದ ಮಮ ಮಾನಸ ವರ ಸರಸೀರುಹ ದಳಯುದಳ ಆದಿ ಮಧ್ಯಾಂತ ರಹಿತ ವೈಭವ ಆನಂದ ಕಲ್ಯಾಣ ಗುಣ ಮಮ ರಕ್ಷಕ ತಕಿಟ ತ್ರಿಕಿಟ ತಕ ತಕ ಧಿಮಿ ದೋಂದಗ ತಗದಿಮಿ ದೋಂದಗ ತೋಂದಗ ತಿರನ ನವರಸ ಕಟಿತ ಸುಶೋಭಿತ ವಲ್ಲಭ ಕವ ಪ್ರಜಯುವರಿ ಮನೋಲ್ಲಾಸ ವನಜಮಯನ ರಾಧಾ ಮುಖ ಮಧುಭಗ ರಸಿಕ ರಸಿಗಲಯ ಲಾಸ್ಯ ವಿಲಾಸ ತಗತಿ ಕುತೋಂ ತಕತಿರನ ಕನಕಮಣಿಮಯನು ಪುರಚರಣ ತಗತಿ ಕುತೋಂ ತಕತಿರನ ಕನಕಮಣಿಮಯನು ಪುರಚರಣ ತಗತಿ ಕುತೋಂ ತಕತಿರನ ಕನಕಮಣಿಮಯನು ಪುರಚರಣ ತಗತಿ ಕುತೋಂ ತಗತಿರನ 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 ಕನಕಮಣಿಮಯನು ಪುರಚರಣ
ತಜಂ ತಾ ತಕಿಟ್ಟ ತತ್ತಿ ತಾಂ ಕೃತ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತಜಂ ತಾ ತಕಿಟ್ಟ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತಾಂ ತಜಂ ತಾ ತಕಿಟ್ಟ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತಾಂ ತಜಂ ತಾ ತಕಿಟ್ಟ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತಾಂ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತಾಂ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತಾಂ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತಾಂ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತಾಂ ತರ್ಗಿಡತಾಂ 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 ದಕ್ಕತಿನಿ ದಕ್ಕಚ್ಚೊಣ್ಣು ದಕ್ಕತಿನಿ ದಕ್ಕಚ್ಚೊ ನಿತ್ತಾಂ ಕೃತ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ತಿನ್ನತಾಂ ಕೃತ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ಕೃತ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ಕೃತ ತರ್ಗಿಡ ನಿತ್ತ ತಜಂ ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ನಿತ್ತ ತಜಂ ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ತಾ ತಜಂ ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ನಿತ್ತ ತಜಂ ತಕ ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ನಿತ್ತ ತಜಂ ತಕ ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ತಾ ತಜಂ ತಕ ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ತಕ ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ತಕ ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ತಾ ನಿತ್ತ ತಜಂ ತಕ ದಿಕ್ಕು ತತಿ ಕಿಟ್ಟತೊಂ ನಿತ್ತ ತಜಂ ತಕ ದಿಕ್ಕು
ಕನಕಮಣಿಮಯ ನೂಪುರ ಚರಣ ತಕತಿಕುತೋಂ ತಕತೋಂ ತಕತಿರನ 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 ಕನಕಮಣಿಮಯ ನೂಪುರ ಚರಣ
ತಕ್ಕ ಧಿಮ್ಮಿ ತಕ್ಕ ರಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಕ ಧಿಮ್ಮಿ ತಕ್ಕ ತಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ 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 ತಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಕ ಧಿಮ್ಮಿ 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 ತಕ್ಕ ತಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಕ ತಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಕ ತಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಕ ತಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಕ ತಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ್ಕ ಧಿಮ್ಮಿ ತಕ್ಕ ಧಿಮ್ಮಿ ತಕ್ಕ ಧಿಮ್ಮಿ ತಕ್ಕ ಧಿಮ್ಮಿ ತಕ್ಕ ಧಿಮ್ಮಿ ತಕ್ಕ ಧಿಮ್ಮಿ ತಕ್ಕಿಟ್ಟ 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 ತದಿಕಿಟತೋ ತಕ್ಕ ತದಿಕಿಟತೋ ತಕ್ಕ ದಿಕ್ಕು ತದಿಕಿಟತೋ ತದಿಕಿಟತೋ ತಕ್ಕ ತದಿಕಿಟತೋ ತಕ್ಕ ದಿಕ್ಕು ತದಿಕಿಟತೋ ತದಿಕಿಟತೋ ತಕ್ಕ ತದಿಕಿಟತೋ ತಕ್ಕ ದಿಕ್ಕು ತದಿಕಿಟತೋ
ತಕತಿಕುತೋಂ ತಕತೋಂ ತಕತಿರನ ಕನಕಮಣಿಮಯ ನೂಪುರ ಚರಣ ತಕತಿಕುತೋಂ ತಕತೋಂ ತಕತಿರನ ಕನಕಮಣಿಮಯ ನೂಪುರ ಚರಣ ಕಲ್ಪಿದ ಕಲಿ ಕಲುಷಧ್ವನಿ ಮರ್ದನ ಆಳಿಯ ಮರ್ದನ ಕಲಿದ ಜನಾರ್ದನ ರಾಮ್ ತಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ ತಕ ಧಿಮಿತೋಂ ತಕ ತಕ ಧಿಮಿತೋಂ ತಕತೋಂ ತಕತಿರನ ತಾಮ್ ತಕಿಟ್ಟ ತಕ ತಕ ಧಿಮಿ ತಕ ಜಣು ತಜಣು ತರಿ ಮಗರಿ ತದರಿ ಮಪ ತಜಣು ತರಿ ಮಗರಿ ತಜ ಜಂ ತರಿ ತರಿ ತಾಮ್ ದಿನ ಪಾ ಮಗರಿ ಸರಿ ಮಪ ಮರಕತ್ತ ಮಣಿಮಯ ಚೇಲ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮರಗದ ಮಣಿಮಯ ಚೇಲ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮರಗದ ಮಣಿಮಯ ಚೇಲ ಕೃಷ್ಣ
ಟಿಂಕು ತಕ ತನಕ ಜನಕ ಧೀಮ್ ಜನಕ ಧೀಮ್ ತತ್ತ ಡಿಂಕು ತಕ ಟಿಂಕು ತಕ ತನಕ ಜನಕ ಧೀಮ್ ಜನಕ ಧೀಮ್ ತತ್ತ ಡಿಂಕು ತಕ ಡಿಂಕು ತಕ ತನಕ ಜನಕ ಧೀಮ್ ಜನಕ ಧೀಮ್ ತತ್ತ ಡಿಂಕು ತಕ ಡಿಂಕು ತಕ ತನಕ ಜನಕ ಧೀಮ್ ಜನಕ ಧೀಮ್ ತತ್ತ ಡಿಂಕು ತಕ ಡಿಂಕು ತಕ ತಕ ದಿನ ತಾಮ್ ತಕ ದಿನ ತಾಮ್ ತಕ ದಿನ ತಕ ದಿನ ತಾಮ್ ತಕ ದಿನ ತಾಮ್ ತಕ ದಿನ ತಾಮ್ ತಕಿಟ ತಾಮ್ ದಿನ ತಾಮ್ ತತಾಮ್.
Did anyone else hold their breath during that dance? While she may have made that piece look simple, a lot of control, focus, and grace went into performing the tarangam. So for that, let's please give her another round of applause. I would now like to call up Girish and Anjali, Devika's cousins, for a speech.
Hello. Okay, so a quick disclaimer before I start my speech. I don't often wear mundas, so if something happens during the course of the speech, just let's all act like nothing happened. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Instead of using my skills as a makeup artist to help Devu today,
Or singing the Tilana for her.
we've decided that we would contribute to Devu's special night by saying a few words about her.
For those of you who don't know us, I am Anjali and this is Girish, and we're Devu's older cousins.
Growing up with Devu, Anjali and I were first-hand witnesses to a lot of Devu's drama, so much so that we called her DQ.
Drama queen. One story I always look back on was the time when she made a scene at Office Depot. When Devu was 5 years old, we took her to the Office Depot to get some printer paper. That's when she set her eyes on this little art kit. At that moment, she knew she could not leave the store without that art kit. At first, it started off with just puppy dog eyes. In the nicest way possible, we told her she did not need another art set. Next thing you know, she was on the floor weeping, and we tried to comfort her by telling her we would get it for her another day. Still, this was not enough for Devu, and she threatened to stay on the floor crying until we bought that art kit for her. Soon enough, Devu walked out of that store with the art kit in her hands and a smile on her face. If nothing, we had to respect her persistence to get what she wants. To this day, she still uses that persistence to accomplish her goals.
Persistence is not the only thing Devu is known for. She was and still is very competitive. We first realized this over games of Candyland. If you were not Devu, you were not allowed to win. Oftentimes when Chechi and I were playing with Devu and realized that she was about to lose, we would take one look at each other and we knew what was about to happen next. We would brace for impact. Devu would cry up a storm. We would rush to backtrack and act like a mistake was made and that she had really won. But she knew that we were just comforting her, and no amount of backtracking was going to stop her from crying. Eventually, I decided that I would just let her cry. If she lost, she lost. We've all lost at once, and she was going to have to learn to do the same. At first, the crying continued, but eventually the tears stopped and she began to strategize and get better at the game. Did she ever beat me or Chechi? Of course not. But I would like to think that these early games at Candyland played a part in her resilience and determination to perform the best that she could tonight.
Determination is something Devu definitely has. She and I have done numerous dance performances together. I specifically remember this one time when we had to choreograph a dance for Sadi's first birthday party. The hardest part when choreographing the dance was to pick the song. Devu and I sat there for hours until she claimed she had found the perfect song, Dolare. If you guys haven't seen the music video for that song, I'll tell you right now that it is quite a challenging piece. I took one look at the dance and then at Devu. There was no way I was gonna move like Aishwarya Rai or Madhuri Dixit. But Devu was convinced. She practiced for hours to perfect Aishwarya Rai's movements and made sure I learned Madhuri's steps. It was truly encouraging that she believed in us and thought it was possible for both of us to showcase this dance. This comes to show that, This comes to show that even to this day, Devu is ready to take on any challenge that comes her way. Although Devu is younger than us, we both can probably say that we look up to her. She helps us understand that nothing is impossible.
Not only does Devu diligently take ownership of her own hobbies and studies, she pays careful attention to her two little sisters as well. I remember earlier this year when Devu was at the height of studying for her high school AP exams, on top of school exams and her preparation for this Arangetram, she took time out of her night to make sure that Sadi and Joe had their swim bags ready to go for their lessons the next day. She also cleaned their lunch boxes to pack food for them. In similar situations where I have broken down with stress, Devu was able to handle the task at hand with grace and attention while also making time to take care of her little sisters. I hate to say this, but Sadi and Joe, if I were your older brother, you guys probably weren't going to make swim lessons the next day or have lunch for the next day. Her ability to perform and thrive under pressure, I hope, is clear to you guys with the way she has performed so far tonight.
For a person who juggles this many responsibilities, she does not fail to do any of it with enthusiasm. When Girish and I were in high school, we put everything aside to focus on our studies. To be honest, I don't think either of us smiled during the 4 years of high school. Devu, on the other hand, is able to dedicate her time to all her hobbies while spending time with her family and staying on top of her studies. In a house ruled by Sadi and Joe, their voices usually overpower Devu's. So one of my favorite things to do when I go visit her is to give her the chance to talk about how she's doing. But once you get her started, the girl does not stop talking. Often I just sit there trying to understand everything she's saying while her mind moves in 10 different directions. But for Devu, this is every day. We feel overwhelmed by just hearing her talk about her busy schedule. But she handles all her responsibilities without complaining and makes time to pursue her passions.
I don't know how many of you know this, but many years ago, I was sitting up there in the stands of this very hall, watching Devu dance for the first time to the song Ye Tara Wo Tara. I remember watching her at center stage with her glittery costume and beady eyes. Was the dance the cleanest? Did she remember all her steps? Not really. But I definitely remember sitting there and thinking she was meant to dance. Since then, she has grown and matured and become a well-learned disciple of this art form. As you guys sit there and watch those same beady eyes in a different set of beautiful costumes, I hope it is obvious to you too that she was meant to dance. To Devu, I say this: tonight marks the end of your basic training as a dancer, but the start of a whole different journey, a journey towards perfection. And I would like to emphasize the word journey because, as is true with any art form, perfection is strived for but never achieved. So Devu, enjoy this process, and we are all anxious to witness you finding new dimensions in this art.
Devu, we are so proud of everything you have accomplished. Even though your dancing has definitely advanced and improved a lot since the first time you have performed, the passion you have has never changed. Keep going, Shadi. Now introducing Devu's dearest friend, Isha, to also say a few words.
Hi everyone, my name is Isha, and I'd like to think of myself as Devu's best friend. Devu's story begins October 11th, 2005, when she was born in Sugarland. But we're gonna skip ahead a couple of years because I'm sure you're excited to see her perform. So we're gonna skip to the important part, which is when we first met. Devu and I first met the summer before 5th grade at Miss Jyothi's music lessons. Somehow our awkward selves managed to make conversation and we became friends. This friendship was only strengthened when we ended up going to the same school for 5th grade, and then 6th grade, and so on. Since I've known her for so long, I think it's safe to say it has always been evident how important dance is to Devu and how big of a role it plays in her life. She's always made time for practice and prioritized it above all her other events. I say this as I literally typed out half of the speech when she was practicing in front of me in the garage. Last year, Devu and I were applying for officer positions for a dance club at our school. The one question we were asked was, what is dance to you? Now, we debated back and forth for a long time about this question, and finally, she said, and I quote, "Dance is the one thing I can use to figure out who I am and where I truly stand in regards to every aspect of my life." If that doesn't show you how important dance is to her, then I don't know what will. We found out young that we share a love for dance. Last year, I was lucky enough to share a stage with her at a performance for an organization that we're part of. We went over that dance hundreds of times during practice, making sure that every detail was clean, all the moves were crisp, and we were in sync the entire time. Devu's a perfectionist, and I see people nodding because you agree with me. Not just in terms of dance, in every aspect in her life, she's always given 110%, whether that be dance, academics, or her friendships and her relationships with other people. In fact, our friend group, we like to joke and we call her the mom friend because she's always the first person that'll let you copy homework if you haven't done it. If you need directions, she'll always be the first person to assist you. Devu goes out of her way to make other people feel comfortable. She makes you feel special. Anyone that's ever spent 2 minutes in a room with her can tell you she's sunshine personified. Even in the middle of all our stressful classes last year, and last year was hard for us. We had a bunch of academic trouble as well as the typical drama. Even in the middle of all of that, she still made sure to check up on me and make sure that I was doing okay mentally. She'd stay on call with me until ungodly hours of the night just to make sure that I was doing okay, even if she had already finished her work. She's allowed me to rant about the most random things, because that's the thing about Devoo. She actually listens to what you have to say. She makes an effort to understand you without judging you. Now, I'm not saying that all of our 1 a.m. calls were serious and soul-searching. Half of the time, we ended up talking about the latest gossip, the newest character we were obsessed with. In fact, one time, we stayed up until 3 a.m. talking about our undying love for cake pops. Devoo pays attention when you talk to her. My birthday was in June, and in February, when I went out with my friends, I took a picture of something that I thought was cute, and I sent it to her. And then when June came along, she gave that exact thing to me for my birthday. Something that I had only mentioned in passing, but she still held on to that and made sure to give it to me. She's the first person you can tell when something amazing happens. She's the first person you can tell when something terrible happens. Honestly, she's the first person you can tell when something happens, period. She's very grounded. I like to joke that she has her entire life put together. She has set goals and set dreams, and she knows what she wants out of life. My mom's been very excited for this day, and she's always said, I can't believe it's almost Devoo's Arangetram. But honestly, standing here now, yeah, I can believe it, because that's the kind of person that Devoo has always been. She's always been someone who's blurred the lines between a dream and a goal and made the impossible seem probable. I'm gonna be honest, I actually struggled writing the speech for the longest time because I had no idea what were the right words that would encapsulate Devoo. So instead, I'm going to provide you all with the statistic. There are approximately 170,000 words in the English language. But you can't define Devoo using any singular one of those, because the kind of person that she is can't be described by words alone. I would know. I've written paragraphs upon paragraphs for her birthdays every year. So Devoo, thank you for giving me someone that I could never get sick of writing about. I've seen the work that you've put into this day, and I am so proud of you for making this dream of yours come true. I love you so much, and I can't wait to see what dream you tackle next. Thank you. Thank you, Isha, for that lovely speech. Devoo is very lucky to have a thoughtful friend like yourself. And Girish and Anjali, as a family, we were nervous, but that was better than expected. We will now return to the world of Bhratanatyam. The next item is Anjaneyam Sugumaram. This dance praises Hanuman, the humble and devout devotee of Sri Rama, through a series of stories that show his love to Sri Rama and signify the boons received that make him immortal. In the first story, upon witnessing Sita Devi apply sindoor on the forehead by the parting of her hair, Hanuman asks, "For what reason have you applied sindoor?" To which she replies, "This is to ensure that my Rama lives a happy and long life." Immediately, Hanuman smears his entire body with sindoor. Puzzled, Sita asks Hanuman, "Why did you cover your entire body with sindoor?" To which Hanuman innocently replies, "If a tiny dot of sindoor on your forehead could give long life to Sri Rama, then how much good could a whole body dipped in sindoor do for my Lord?" His love for Rama extends through his protective nature over Sita, which is signified in the Ramayana during her captivity by Ravana. Hanuman brings Sita the ring of Rama in order to ensure the arrival of her beloved. The dance then depicts the various boons Hanuman was gifted by the gods. He can fly over oceans, has the knowledge of the Vedas, is faster than the wind, can transform from minuscule too enormous in scale, cannot be overcome by water nor fire, and cannot be harmed by weaponry. He is not vulnerable to lust and is one with nature, and for these reasons, he is immortal. The verses of this piece are strung together by the line, Ni matram I ulagil chiranjeevi. Through the changing cycles of life, you are the one who is immortal. This is a very special piece to Devika because it honors our family temple in India that features Bala Hanuman, the young form of Lord Hanuman. Please enjoy Anjaneyam Sugumaram, Ragamalika Aditalam.
Sukumaram हिमगिरि वासने आञ्जनेयं सुकुमारं श्रीरामदासने हिमगिरि वासने आञ्जनेयं सुकुमारम् श्रीरामदासने श्रीरामदासने वायुपुत्रने श्रीरामदासने वायुपुत्रने नी മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി ശ്രീരാമദാസനെ വായുപുത്രനെ നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി ശ്രീരാമദാസനെ വായുപുത്രനെ നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി ശ്രീരാമദാസനെ വായുപുത്രനെ നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി ശ്രീരാമദാസനെ ശ്രീരാമദാസനെ വായുപുത്രനെ നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി ശ്രീരാമദാസനെ വായുപുത്രനെ നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി നീ മാത്രമേ ഉലകിൽ ചിരഞ്ജീവി ആഞ്ജനേയം സുകുമാരം ശ്രീരാമദാസനെ ഹിമഗിരി വാസനെ ആഞ്ജനേയം സുകുമാരം സീതാദാസനെ സീതാദാസനെ അഞ്ജനപുത്രനെ സീതാദാസനെ സുകുമാരം ശ്രീരാമദാസനെ ഹിമഗിരിവാസനെ ആഞ്ജനേയം സുകുമാരം സത്യവും നീയേ സത്യവും നീയേ രുദ്രവും നീയേ പ്രകൃതിയും നീയേ ഹനുമാനേ പ്രകൃതിയും നീയേ ഹനുമാനേ സത്യവും നീയേ രുദ്രവും നീയേ പ്രകൃതിയും നീയേ ഹനുമാനേ സത്യവും നീയേ രുദ്രവും നീയേ പ്രകൃതിയും നീയേ ഹനുമാനേ സത്യവും നീയേ രുദ്രവും നീയേ പ്രകൃതിയും നീയേ ഹനുമാനേ പ്രകൃതിയും നീയേ ഹനുമാനേ സത്യവും നീയേ രുദ്രവും നീയേ പ്രകൃതിയും നീയേ ഹനുമാനേ പ്രകൃതിയും നീയേ ഹനുമാനേ സത്യവും നീയേ രുദ്രവും നീയേ പ്രകൃതിയും നീയേ ഹനുമാനേ പ്രകൃതിയും നീയേ ഹനുമാനേ ആഞ്ജനേയം സുകുമാരം ശ്രീരാമദാസനെ ഹിമഗിരിവാസനെ ആഞ്ജനേയം സുകുമാരം ശ്രീരാമദാസനെ ഹിമഗിരിവാസനെ ആഞ്ജനേയം സുകുമാരം നാദൃതാനി തന്ത്രൃതാനി ധീം ധീം തനന നാദൃതാനി തന്ത്രൃതാനി ധീം ധീം തനന രാമലക്ഷ്മണ ജാനകി ജയ് ബോലോ ഹനുമാൻ കി 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 ജയ് ബോലോ ഹനുമാൻ കി ജയ് ബോലോ ഹനുമാൻ കി
The beauty of this piece comes from Devika, fully transforming into Hanuman, the divine monkey himself, both in devotion and physical mannerisms. At multiple points in the dance, Devika substituted grace for the sudden, spontaneous movements that reflect the peculiarities of a non-human. What a unique piece. I would like to take this opportunity to talk about my constantly evolving relationship with Devu. Devu and I are 7 years apart, and I remember always being fascinated by Devu when she was little. She had this big energy and even bigger eyes. We used to call her Turankanni, and for the non-Malayalis in the house, that just means piercing eyes, because that was her feature that we instantly noticed. For those of you who have witnessed the two of us grow up, know that I was not the nicest to her during her childhood. While we were 7 years apart, I picked a fair amount of fights with her when she was little, which she never fails to remind me of, even to this day. As soon as I walked into their house, Prasanna would immediately give me the prayer hands. She didn't have to say a word. I immediately knew what she was begging for. But that didn't stop me. It was simple. All I would have to do was look at her and say the words, "bad girl," and chaos would immediately ensue. No one ever understood why I picked such senseless fights, I'll admit they were senseless, with Devu, so I'll share now. Even at a young age, Devu was an expression queen, and as soon as I uttered the words, "bad girl," I saw all the navarasas, the same ones you all just saw, come out at me. Maybe not Sringaram, definitely not Shantam. It was so fascinating to watch, especially on a little Turankanni. Slowly we grew out of the space, and I saw Devu increasingly look up to me. Whatever I did, she took a deep interest in, especially when I would dance. I always loved performing for Devu at home, because I knew she cared to see what I was learning and how I was performing. She would write essays about me and how I'm her role model, all of which made me feel like I was making an impact, no matter how small. But it wasn't just me that she looked up to or took an interest in. Dev was always curious about what others are passionate about and will ask questions and show a desire to learn about the interests and passions of others. I often watch they would talk to others, and you guys should too, with a scrunched brow and frequent involved nods. And I'm amazed at how, at a young age, she cares about others and their passions. It's a genuine interest too, and you can tell by the knowledgeable questions that she asks others about whatever they are speaking about. Somewhere along the years, I started looking up to her. Devu plays many different roles in her life. As I said in the beginning, she's a dancer, a bassist, a singer, a daughter, a sister, a cousin, niece, and a friend. She doesn't give a small percentage to each role. In fact, she gives her 100% to each role. Oftentimes, when school starts for me, I relinquish all my other roles and spend an unhealthy amount of time on school, but I've been inspired by how they will refuse to neglect a single one of her many talents. More importantly, she refuses to neglect her friends and family. She's such a devoted sister to the two little ones and such a thoughtful friend to those who have the privilege of sharing a friendship with her. Devu is always looking for ways to spend time with her cousins and makes time for every family get-together while managing to excel in other areas of her life. How she does it, none of us really know, but she is surely an inspiration to me. Devu, I am incredibly proud of the dancer you've become, but more proud of the person you are becoming. A caring, extremely hardworking, persistent, curious, and thoughtful girl who has a lot of talents to share with this world. Especially in this day and age, art is our most sacred refuge. So no matter what you do in life, never cease to indulge in the many talents you possess and always share, never keep secret your artistic abilities that have the power to move and transport others to happier places. With all those nice things being said, you will always first and foremost be our little Turankanni. The penultimate piece of the evening is Jagadodharana. In this dance, Devika will depict the beautiful and endearing relationship between Yashoda and her little Krishna. Jagadodharana. Though he is the ruler of the three worlds, RDC there Yashoda, he is ultimately the little boy who plays with Yashoda. We will bear witness to the Leelas of Krishna and the unconditional love that flows out of Yashoda for her beloved son. In this piece, upon seeing that Krishna is missing, Yashoda quickly locks up her stock of butter, knowing very well that her naughty son is waiting to steal it. She is no match for Krishna, though. Seeing that the doors to the butter room have been intentionally locked, Krishna works out that the butter must be hidden behind those doors. Seeing that he can't reach the stash of butter, he ropes his friends into his mischief. The plan? His friends will effectively create a human staircase that would allow Krishna to climb and reach the pot of Verna. Simple. At one point, one of the kuttis, one of the little ones, questions Krishna's authority. Why don't you get down and we will climb to get the Verna? To which Krishna cunningly responds in disbelief. Who, me? How? I'm so tiny and fragile. I'm not strong enough for that, but oh, you are so strong. Together, they're able to reach the Verna and enjoy the fruits of their mischief, but here comes Mother Yashoda. His friends flee the scene, and Krishna hides. Upon finding him, Yashoda is quick to scold him and ties up his hands to keep him out of further trouble. But once again, Yashoda is no match for Krishna. He breaks loose, and with this newfound freedom, begins to eat the surrounding dirt, only for Yashoda to come and find her Krishna, once again misbehaving. Open your mouth, Krishna, she says. And to her disbelief, she sees the universe in its entirety encompassed in his mouth. Jagadodharana, Ragam Kapi, Aditalam.
Jagadodharana, Adisida Yashoda. Jagadodharana, 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 Adisida Yashoda, Jagadodharana, Adisida Yashoda, Jagadodharana, Adisida Yashoda, Jagadodharana. Krishna, 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 ಜಗದೋದ್ಧಾರಣ ಮಗನೆಂದು ತಿಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ ಸುಗುಣಾಂತರಂಕಣ ಅಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದೆ ಸುಗುಣಾಂತರಂಕಣ ಅಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದೆ ಜಗದೋ ಧಾರಣ ಅಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದೆ ಜಗದೋ ಧಾರಣ ಅನುರಣೀಯನ ಮಹತೋ ಮಹೀಮನ ಅನುರಣೀಯನ ಮಹತೋ ಮಹೀಮನ ಅಪ್ರಮೇಯನ ಆಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದಯ ಜಗದೋ ಧಾರಣ ಆಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದೆ ಜಗದೋ ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷನ ಪರವಾಸುದೇವನ ಪರಮ ಪುರುಷನ ಪರವಾಸುದೇವನ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ಅಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದೆ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ಅಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದೆ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ಅಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದೆ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ಆಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದೆ ಜಗದೋ ಧಾರಣ ಆಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದೆ ಜಗದೋ ಧಾರಣ ಆಡಿಸಿದಳ ಶೋದೆ ಜಗದೋ ಧಾರಣ
endearing piece performed so wonderfully by Devika. Yes. During her practice, this was one of my favorite pieces to watch because somewhere during the piece, she seamlessly transforms into baby Krishna himself. But more than watching her as Krishna, I've loved watching her morph into Yashoda and bring out the little scolding, loving second mother she is to Sadi and Joe. Before the final piece, please enjoy this journey down memory lane as we watch a slideshow filled with sweet and joyous memories from Devu's life. I would now like to invite two incredibly important people in Devu's life onto the stage. Without their constant support and unconditional love for Devu, today would not have been possible. And I just saw Suresh Chechan scribble some stuff backstage, so ladies and gentlemen, this is fresh off the press. Please help me welcome Devu's parents and my aunt and uncle, Suresh Chechan and Prasanna Mema.
Hello, good evening, everyone. How are you all doing? I can't see much, but I presume everyone is enjoying the evening today. And thank you. So, going through this process of getting ready for the Arangetram has been an interesting experience for us as a family. When Devu decided that she wanted to do Arangetram a couple of years ago, back in 2020, the COVID was raging everywhere, and there was a lot of uncertainties, and we thought, 2022 would give enough time for things to settle down, and it has for the most part. And when we started planning the Arangetram last year, we were thinking of different scenarios that could happen. Right? COVID has made life very unpredictable, and so has the plans that we make, right? So even in the last couple of months, we have been to a few of those Arangetrams where there has been instances where, the teacher could not make it on the day of the Arangetram because of COVID, or the musicians, or, someone in the team. And it is very tough scenario to be in that situation. Even when everything goes smoothly, as parents, it's a lot of, stress. Not exactly stress, but part of it, some of it. So for us, going through this process has been, till now has been very enjoyable. And that was because of this team of friends and family that have been always there to support and encourage us. And they, with God's grace and all of your blessings, Devu has had a smooth ride so far and is standing at the cusp of accomplishing her dream today, a dream of doing the Arangetram. I'm doing all the talking, but my wife Prasanna is the one who actually is behind everything that's being, coordinating the Arangetram. Yeah, she doesn't want to speak, so I took the opportunity. So my experience with dance as, just dropping the kids off in front of the dance school, or being there during the anniversary celebrations of the school. But during this Arangetram process, when Prasanna went to India, I had the honor of experiencing the dance practice, the process, and it was a revelation for me. As Sangeeta and many others before in previous Arangetram had said, Srimati Divyaa is an extremely talented dancer, actor, and amazing performer, as well as a wonderful teacher. But during the couple of, not couple, but more than a few dance sessions that I was in. I was there. I was amazed at the spontaneous creativity of Srimati Divya and the ability of her to convey that to Devu in a very nice and subtle way that she understands and grasps the situation. So this particular dance was the fourth one, which was the Kuchipudi dance, Maragata Manimaya. So there was a song, there was a dance that was being choreographed during that time. And the song is basically about Krishna's compassion, the expression of compassion. But in that song, there is no story tied to it, right? The story was something that was chosen based on that scenario, which is compassion. And the process of Srimati Divya going through to understand, hey, which is the best story that fits this particular song, and coming up with, Krishna's compassion towards Kujelan, his childhood friend, who is not doing that well in his life, and to, be generous enough to provide all the wealth and all, wealth and happiness. That process was very interesting for me. It was for someone who is not really into dance that much, it was very enlightening. And Devu was able to really grasp it, understand, those emotions, and learn that steps. And even those, where Srimati Divya is explaining, hey, when Kujelan is coming into the palace or towards the palace of Krishna, it should show all the grandeur, and the expression should show in the face of Kujelan about the surprise and awe of this city that Krishna has built. And I could see that when Devu was performing. I could visualize it, knowing that story then, right? And for me, it was like as though reading an excellent script of a movie. I sometimes read, and it was interesting to see those scenes being created in your mind when you know that story and somebody's performing with those expressions. So for me, that was a very unique experience. And what I wanted to bring out is Srimati Divya's characteristic of creativity, and coupled with an excellent understanding of her students' strength. Knowing, I've seen, same, or not this same song, but many other songs, right? The same song performed by different students, and it's entirely different, depending on the strength and the strengths of the students. Those dance poses and all were created. So it's really interesting, and I would like to say, please give a big round of applause to Srimati Divya. So thank you, Srimati Divya, for making this a wonderful experience for Devu, and being so understanding and patient with us as parents, going through this the first time. The musicians were really excellent today with their mesmerizing vocals and music. My heartfelt thanks to, or our heartfelt thanks to the star musicians today. Mohan sir, Krishna Kumar sir, Mukund, and Malu. So Mohan sir and Krishna Kumar sir are really amazing personalities, because very down to earth. They came all the way from India, and we've been lucky enough to know them for over 10 years, going through many of these Arangetrams, even for Sangeeta's Arangetram, they were there. So being able to interact with them and, their nice persona and have the opportunity to not just be part of this, stage event, but post-stage event also being able to meet with them, it was very pleasant. So during this practice, we have this 1 week where we have to host the musicians. And this past week, we never got a chance to serve dinner to them because they were like, oh, we have been invited by this parent or this other parent. So there were always people inviting them. And it's what I want to bring up is, even though the Arangetrams have been done maybe 5-6 years ago, they are still in contact with them and still inviting them for dinner. It's that kind of relationship that Sri Mohan sir and Krishna sir have been able to build with us. And Mukund is, we have seen Mukund for quite a few years, and we have seen him grow to a really great performer. He was today. He's very talented and a local Houstonian who has grown up and learned violin here. So it's great to see Mukund performing so well. Malavika, our flautist today, did a great job, amazing job, and for the first time. And coming from a family of, connected to art, her brother Maheshwar is, who was seen in the music video earlier, plays mridangam very well and very active in the Indian cultural field. Hope you all saw the decorations in the front and the stage. This was all possible through a lot of our friends and families here. I would like to thank Regita and Sanju, who spent quite a long hours with Prasanna to plan the decorations and prepare for it. Really appreciate the help. And then Surendra and Shobha Chechi and family, we don't have to say anything about them. Every Arangetram you go to, they are there helping everyone out. So we want to thank them from the bottom of our heart for all the help that they've given us over the past few months, not just today, past few months of the preparation. Backstage, Rashmi and her team have been so helpful assisting with Devu's makeup and dress. Anju in handling the media, content and creation and backstage. Thank you, Anju. I think Sangeeta today was really amazing with our emceeing. What do you all think? Great job, Sangeeta. And Girish with his media, playing the videos and the projector, managing projector. Thank you, Girish. Also want to thank, the families and friends who were here today. Venu, Usha family, Manoj and Lavanya family, Jayant and Suchitra family, Hari and Dr. Lakshmi family came here, and Rahul to help us out with all the decorations. Tangamema, Anyamama, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Khalid from Reflection Media, for the wonderful video and going through this process planning it, even the live stream that was set up really well. Thank you very much. And Chris from SCA Productions for the sound and light. Really great setup and coordination. Thank you. And Satish Rao from Udupi Cafe for the wonderful food. That'll be served shortly. Thank you. Prasanna's parents came all the way from India for this event, and I would like to thank them for being here. And Devu's uncle and aunts, Hari and Preeta and Manoj and Prasida family, they were the core. The family was a core for from a Devu support standpoint, and they've been there for everything during this entire process. And without them, this would not have been so easily possible for us. So thank you very much. I would like to also thank Mohan Das from Kerala, India, who is one of my classmates, who helped with the brochure and videos and editing and anything, a little bit of the multimedia stuff. Thank you very much, Mohan Das. And my brother's family back in India, Ramesh and Sajida, they helped us a lot during this process. Devu's music teachers, Srimati Jyoti Venkatesh, was going to be our chief guest, as mentioned earlier. She couldn't make it today because of some emergencies back home in India, and she had to travel there. However, she was graceful enough to send a brief video of the speech, which was really great. And I want to thank Srimati Jyoti Venkatesh for all the help and support provided. In the audience, we also have Shankar Iyer sir, who is a well-known mridangist and teacher in Houston. He's also my teacher, but I'm not a good student of his. Not a regular student. Why I wanted to bring this up is he, like a lot of other teachers in Houston, do a great job promoting the Indian cultural classical art forms by performing and training this next generation. And we have a lot of, I wouldn't say resources, a lot of classical violinists, mridangamists that are available in Houston these days because of these amazing teachers. So thank you to all these teachers. During one of those conversations with Shankar Iyer sir, he mentioned, when a child is born, the whole village is involved in its upbringing. And the same is true in the case of Devika. Here, the village is all of you. Her school teachers, her friends in school, who helped her become a better person. The dance and music teachers and the friends there. The families and friends from our Amma Satsang group who played a significant role in molding her as a person, as a musician or as a dancer, all of these aspects which would not have been possible without the friends and the teachers and the families that we have here. And we are very lucky to be part of this wonderful group that has inculcated art and music in her and her sisters. It was Devika's dream to perform this Arangetram, and today it has come to fruition because of all of you present in the audience. Thank you for taking time off your busy schedule to grace the occasion and bless her. this means a world to us and Prasanna. And Prasanna and I thank you very much for that. I think you are that village, and it's our village, and I thank you all for all your blessings and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've never heard my uncle speak so much. Now, for a very important person. Although for most of us, Devika's guru, Srimati Divyaa Unni, needs no introduction, today's event would not have been possible without her many accomplishments. Divyaa Unni, or as I call her, Divyanti, is a dance and film artist recognized throughout South India. She has earned the devotion of her fans not only through films, but also through innovative and beautiful dance performances. A devoted disciple of highly respected, diverse classical dance masters such as Kalamandalam Gopinath and RLV Anil Kumar, Divyaa Unni, Divyanti, has received a number of artistic awards for her dance performances. She was crowned in 1990 and 1991 Kala Tilagam in statewide competitions. On India's premier television channel, Doordarshan, she had the rare honor of presenting a variety of Indian dance art forms to national audiences such as Bhratanatyam, Kuchipudi, Mohiniyattam, and folk dances. In addition, Divyanti attained national fame through her acting talents. The actress has performed in heroine roles for over 50 Malayalam, Tamil, Telugu, and Kannada films. In addition, she has appeared in more than a dozen TV serials and TV films in a variety of roles, leaving an indelible impression upon fans. She received the Bhavan Jyoti Award in 1993, 1994, and 1995. In 2002, she received the Aravindaksha Memorial Award, the Abhinaya Tilaga Puraskaram, for the Best State Dance Performance. Recently, she received renowned global recognition by earning the Mother Teresa Award for her contributions to the performing arts. In addition to performing throughout India, Divyanti performs on international stages throughout North America, Europe, and Persian Gulf countries. In the pursuit of promoting Indian culture in the West, Divyanti is developing the artistic talents of young children in the US, and with this goal, the artist is currently the director of Sripadam Performing Arts and Cultural Education in Houston, Texas, a studio she opened with the goal of developing artistic talents and promoting Indian culture in the United States. Please welcome Divyanti to share a few words.
Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our Guru, Mata Amridandamayi Devi. My pranams to each and everyone present here today. Om Namah Shivaya to all Amma's children present here today. Our Guru Amma says, art is God's beauty manifested in the form of music, painting, dance, and so forth. It is one of the easiest ways to realize one's inherent divinity. When a student surrenders with dedication to the art form, they are able to create an irreplaceable spot for the art in their heart. It becomes their constant companion, a discipline or philosophy that guides them. Arangetram is one of the major milestones in a student's life, a new beginning. starting on a journey from a dance student to the multifaceted world of dance, becoming a dance practitioner, a dance enthusiast, and a dance researcher. Reaching this milestone is impossible without having a soul connect with the art form. It's almost like there is no past, future, only present, your body and consciousness united as a single entity. You are completely immersed in the experience. No distractions, no other thoughts. You dissolve into what you're doing. That's when the audience experience rasa swadana. When there is no dance in the dancer, but only the dance. And with this synergy, the dancer is able to transcend the emotions onto the rasikas. When I first met Devika, the innocence and sparkle in her eyes is what immediately caught my attention. It was so captivating that just a few months into the dance class, when she was still doing her tattadavus, I told Prasanna I want her to do the role of little Krishna for Ashtami Rohini program at the Sri Guruvayurappan Temple in Houston to the song Uruneramengilum Kana Devaya. And that was her first stage. And from then till today, I have watched a myriad of expressions flash in those beautiful eyes. Devika's biggest strength is her creative process, which is very, very detailed. She is able to own each and every piece that she performs, give it her own signature. And that is what makes a guru very, very proud. When a student is able to leave her own signature on the pieces that has been taught to her. Most of the items that she presented today were handpicked by Devika. And from the very beginning, she has been a very dedicated, focused and disciplined student, always ready with whatever has been taught for the next class. The first one to take all the individual testing announced in class. I don't remember even a single time where I had to discipline her or threaten her that if she doesn't practice, then there'll be a consequence or anything like that. Even from a very young age, I don't remember. Sometimes Prasanna will come and say that she threatened, and she says, I told I'm going to stop her dance class. She's not practicing. But so I would just listen patiently and I would say, okay, and then I would make her do, she would be fine. So I think it is Prasanna's disciplining at home, which made my role easier and enjoyable. Now, I really like when I meet people whose name reflect their character. Prasanna and Suresh. I have to really thank them because they gave me complete freedom and complete trust, all the confidence. That is a big thing for a guru, where the parents give immense support and completely trust the guru and the shishya. So I thank them for that. I also have a version of the Maradaga story teaching session. So this is when Prasanna was in India doing all the shopping for the Arangetram, and Suresh was bringing Devika for class. So I was explaining the Sudhama story, and I I gave her points, I just did the outline, and she was trying to present it. And I was giving the counts, so she was doing it. And suddenly, Suresh was videotaping so she could go home and review it. Suddenly he said, Sanji eduthilla. So Devika and I, we looked at him. Sanji eduthilla. So I said, Enda? See, Sudama put the Sanji down and then he didn't take it back when the guard stopped him. So that's when Devu and I, we were like, oh, okay, so this is working. The Abhinaya is getting conveyed, good. So that is my version of the Maradagamani Chela teaching session. We have had very interesting moments like this, very memorable moments. Last 15 months has been very enjoyable for me, training Devika. And it's truly a blessing to have a student like her. I wish her all the very best. I've known Devika's family and everybody in this family for a long time. And I'm very happy that Devika's grandparents were able to be here for her Arangetram. Once again, wishing her all the very best. I would like to present her with the certificate, which reads, Kalopaharam, Sripadam Performing Arts and Cultural Education Center certifies that Devika Karel has successfully completed her Arangetram in Indian classical dance. She is awarded the title Natya Pravina. Devika.
At this time, Devika would like to share her gratitude with you all. Please help me welcome our artist of the evening.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Okay. Before I begin, Apu, this is your cue to wake up. All right. Okay. So completing my Arangetram has been a dream of mine for so many years, but it became a more prominent goal after watching my Sangeeta Jechi, or as I like to call her, Kunju, complete hers. Ever since then, I have fantasized of the costumes, the different items, and even the moment where Divyanti would give me my certificate. And now, I'm finally here at the finish line of completing this milestone in my life. I would like to start off by thanking God for making this day possible. My faith has remained very important to me, and my faith in God gave me the strength to endure the difficulties of this process. I would also like to thank Amma, or Mata Amritanandamyi Devi, my spiritual leader. She has been a major influence in my life and has taught me morals and values that have shaped me into the person I am over the past 16 years. The next person I would like to thank is my guru, Divyanti. I thank God for blessing me with such a dedicated teacher who not only teaches dance, but also the beauty and importance of our culture. Joining Sripadam School of Arts was one of the best decisions my parents ever made for me at the age of 4. Through the past 12 years, Divyanti has helped my passion for dance grow, and I could not be more grateful. She has always pushed me to be a better dancer and allowed me to challenge myself. I chose a lot of the items I performed today, and Divyanti was extremely supportive in the choices that I made, even though some of the items were a bit heavy. Through this entire process, I could always propose an idea or ask questions to Divyanti without ever having the fear of being shut down. If she disagreed with me, she would simply offer another solution or explain why it wouldn't work, and always with a soft smile, very sweetly. Through this process, I got to see even more how creative Divyanti truly is. Her choreography is always so fun and unique, and she is able to create them in mere minutes. I could not move on without thanking Divyandi's family. So Arun uncle, Meena, and Arjun, thank you for letting me have Divyandi for hours at a time at practices. And especially thank you to baby Aishwarya, who has been attending many of my practices this summer. She has simply brought so much laughter and fun to practice, and I have truly enjoyed our little interactions, especially when she scolded me for stealing butter as baby Krishna in the middle of my dance. Now, I'm sure everyone has truly enjoyed the music from today's performance. I know I have. Mohan sir and Krishna Kumar sir have been coming here to the US from India for various Arangetrams of my family and family friends for so many years, and because of that, have become very close to our family. I truly could not have imagined anyone else to play mridangam or to sing for my Arangetram. Mohan sir puts so much emotion into the song that I naturally exude the same emotions. In fact, I can only hope I was able to do justice to his expressive voice with my own expressions. Next, I would like to thank Krishna Kumar sir, who plays mridangam with so much dedication, passion, and energy that even when I start to get tired, his hands work to exude such vibrant energy that I forget that I'm tired. Mukund is also such a talent. I believe that when I was younger, I was able to share the stage with him for one of my vocal performances, and I'm very honored to now be able to complete my Arangetram to the melodies that you play from your violin. And then there's Malu, who has been a friend of mine for very long. She is truly so talented in playing the flute. When learning my items, I couldn't imagine doing one of my dances without the flute and immediately thought of Malu. She played so beautifully today. I would also like to thank the musicians who accompanied me in my Carnatic music video, Mahesh Chetan on mridangam and Pranav on violin. It has always been so fun to sing with the music that you create, and I can't wait to perform more stages with you guys. Like my dad said in his speech, it does truly take a village to raise a child, and I've been so fortunate to have a huge village behind me. I would like to start by thanking my Amuma and Motacha, who with a lot of convincing flew here from India to spend this summer with our family. They've been a part of big moments in our lives, such as graduations of my cousins and now my Arangetram. They've always been so supportive of my endeavors in life, and I could not be more grateful. I would also like to thank my family in India, who could not be here in person, but are definitely here in spirit. A special thanks to my Cherijin and Cherima, as well as my Shivu Mama and Adra Mai for helping with shipping of many items, as well as anything else we needed from India. And then Mohan Das uncle for all his help with the brochures and various things such as videos and such. I would also like to thank Sandhi Andy, who I believe is here today, for helping with the return gifts. Now for the huge family that I have the pleasure of watching as I grow up. I've been extremely lucky to grow up surrounded by so many amazing role models, especially my MC here today, Sangeeta Chechi. Although our relationship when I was younger was quite messy, that's her fault, by the way. She never skipped out on an opportunity to tease me. But anyways, I've looked up to her so much over the years, and I'm extremely happy to have had her as the MC of the program today. She has not only worked hard to write the script, but has also stayed and watched so many of my practices, giving back feedback on every single dance. She's not been the only cousin that I look up to in this way, though. Anju Chechi has been extremely present through this process, especially this last month. She ran everything so smoothly backstage, and like Sangeeta Chechi, watched many of my practices. She has always been there for me, especially yesterday when I became extremely stressed at my final practice. She never failed to put a smile on my face with her extremely questionable sense of humor. Anyway, I would also like to move on and thank her for the speech today, which I'm not sure if I should thank her for because I was told it was extremely embarrassing. Anyways, I would also like to thank the guy cousins here today, Girisheta and Appus. Girisheta for co-partnering in that embarrassing speech, and Appus for helping out with all the preparation. There you go. There's your thank you, Appus. I promise I didn't leave you out of my speech. Anyways, these wonderful cousins wouldn't be who they are without their parents. Velimma, my baby Velimma, Kunyi Velimma, Manoj uncle, and Velicha for all their support and help throughout my whole life, not just for this event. Next, I would like to thank Isha, Dave, Seema auntie, and Sudhir uncle. Isha has been extremely supportive through this whole year. As things got stressful with school and practice, she was always there to say the right thing and make me calm down. Even this week, she wrote the sweetest letter right when I needed it, with the sweetest words of encouragement. And the whole family has helped so much with the preparation for this event. Now, the Surendran family is pretty well known in this area and honestly have become family to us. They've always been there to support us for anything, and in fact, it was Surendran uncle who picked up Amma and my grandparents from the airport when they first arrived here in the US. Rashmi Chechi has spent many days this year working on my makeup so that I look the best today, and with the help of her sister Deepa Chechi, who has been backstage with her as well. Then Shobana auntie and Lakshmi auntie did my hair, and of course, it looks great. Overall, this family has also provided just so much help with decorations and everything. Thank you so much. Now, the decorations you see were planned very thoroughly by Regina Mema and my mom. They DIY'd so many of the things that you see here today. So I would like to thank Reggie Mema and Sanju Mama for all the support throughout the years, for all the help with decorations that you've given us. Now I know the speech is getting a little too long, and I don't want to take too much more time to say anything. So to all the people from our satsang group, the people that have helped us set up today, the people that have helped us with everything for this Arangetram, thank you so, so, so much. Now, I wanted to save some extremely special people last, my little sisters and my parents. Sadhi and Joe have been quite the ball of energy this past week. Honestly, they always are, but especially this week. They were so excited for their Chechi's Arangetram, practicing their small welcoming speech every single day. Thank you guys for being my #1 fans since day one. I love you. Now to my wonderful parents. Acha has been working extremely hard for the past year, whether it be at work or at home, all for my Arangetram. Through this process, my dad actually came and watched some of my dance practices, which is quite legendary. So thank you, Acha. Great accomplishment. He's been doing everything for me, and I'm so grateful. And last, but definitely not least, my Amma. My Amma has been the biggest pillar of support for me through this whole process. She has done so much for this Arangetram, working day in and day out, that honestly, it is as much her Arangetram as it is mine. I know many people, yes. I know many people say these words, but when I say them, I truly mean them. I could not have asked for better parents than mine. Thank you so much, not only for everything that you guys have done for me in relation to this Arangetram, but also for everything you have done for me my whole life, for the way you have raised me, for all that you have given me, and for all that you have taught me. Thank you. One last thank you, I promise. Thank you to all of you here today. Although I was made fun of by my cousins at my 16th birthday, I'll say this again. Each and every one of you here today has made an impact on my life in some way, and I am extremely grateful for your presence here at a huge milestone in my life. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the last item of the evening.
I just want to say, maybe because of some stage fright or something, I forgot a few important names. Sridevi, Lakshmi, Binu, Usha, Sudhir and Shima family. Thank you very much for your support. And Binu, Usha, Manoj and Bipen, thanks for coming all the way from out of state. Thank you. So moving on. At this point, they would like to give a token of appreciation to the very integral people that made this evening possible. Srimati Divyaa, Unni. Mohan, sir. Krishna Kumar, sir. Mukund. Malavika. Rashmi. Regita or Bindu. And Sangeeta, our MC of the night.
Sangeeta.
Sangeeta. Thank you.
We have come to the final piece of the evening, the Dillana. This fast-paced dance exudes the vivacity, joy, and exuberance of dance and music. It showcases complex rhythms and beautiful poses and emphasizes the duality of movement and stillness within dance. Mangalam will follow the Dillana. In this piece, the artist offers a final salutation to God, Mother Earth, her guru, and the audience. Devika seeks their blessings as she concludes her Arangetram. The lyrics of the Mangalam are adapted from that of Sri Mata Bhratanatyam Devi, Devika's spiritual guru. Dillana, Raga Malika, Adi Talam.
Dhim ta na 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 dhim 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 tirana. Dhim ta na 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 dhim 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 tirana. Dhim ta na 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 dhim 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 tirana. ധീം 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 ധീരന തില്ലാന തജം ജം തനതിരന ധീ താനന ധീം 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 ധീരന തില്ലാന തജം ജം തനതിരന ധീ താനന ധീം 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 ധീരന തില്ലാന തജം ജം തനതിരന ധീ താനന ജം ജം തനതിര നദി താനന ധീം 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 ധീരന ദിലാന ജം ജം തനതിര നദി താനന ധീം 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 താനന ധീം 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 ധീരന ദിലാന ജം ജം തനതിര നദി തനതിരനദി താനന ധീം 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 ധീരന തില്ലാന തജം ജം തനതിരനദി താനന ധീം 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 ധീരന തില്ലാന തജം തനതിരനദി താനന ധീം 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 ധീരന തരികിടതും തരികിടതും തൊം തരികിടതും തരികിടതും നാ തരികിടതും തരികിടതും തൊം തരികിടതും തരികിടതും നാ തരികിടതും തരികിടതും തൊം തരികിടതും തരികിടതും നാ തരികിടതും തൊം തരികിടതും നാ തരിതും തരു 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 ധാനി തളങ്കു തളങ്കു തകതികു തരികിടതും തകതികു തരികിടതും ദീം ദീം തകതികു തരികിടതും ദീം താനന ധീം 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 ധീരന തില്ലാന തജം ജം തനതിരനദി താനന ധീം 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 ധീരന താളമേള ജതിയോട് ആടുമെന്നൈ ആളവാകും ജഗദീശ താളമേള ജതിയോട് ആടുമെന്നൈ ആളവാകും ജഗദീശ ഉനത് കാൽ പണിந்து கலையோடு வாழ வரந்தாரும் தில்லை பரமேஷா தாளமேள ஜதியோடு ஆடுமென்னை ஆளவாகும் ஜெகதீஷா உனது கால் பணிந்து கலையோடு வாழ வரந்தாரும் தில்லை பரமேஷா தம் கரி சதரி சதபதானம் தகிடதி கரிகா கிடஜம் அஜனுதாம் கரி சதரி சதபதானம் தகிடதி கரிகா கிடஜம் தஜனு சசானி தஜனுதனில் நீதம கமத தாளேட்டு தாணருத சகாம கமதனி நீந்த தகிடதோம் சகாமரே ரே ஜனகுதாரி தாரி காமரி ச ஜனகுத மதனிரி தங்கி தோணமக நீத மகரே கிடமு ரேகம பதனி ரே தானன தீம் 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 தீரன தில்லா तिल्लानतजं जं तनदिरनधीं तानननधीं धीं धीं तिरन तिल्लानदजं जं तनतिरनधीं तानननधीं धीं धीं तिरन तिल्लानतजं जं तनतिरनधीं तनतिरनधीं तनतिरन अमृतेश्वरी मङ्गलम् ॐ अमृतेश्वरी मङ्गलम् ॐ अमृतेश्वरी मङ्गलम् ॐ अमृतेश्वरी मङ्गलम् प्रणमतां मुक्तिप्रदे मङ्गलम् प्रणमतां मुक्तिप्रदे मङ्गलम् ॐ अमृतेश्वरी मङ्गलम् प्रणमतां मुक्तिप्रदे मङ्गलम् ॐ मृदुभाषिणी मङ्गलम् हृदिलसत्तेजोमयी मङ्गलम् ॐ मृदुभाषिणी मङ्गलम् हृदिलसत्तेजोमयी मङ्गलम् ॐ हृदयेश्वरी मङ्गलम् प्रणमतां प्रेमाकृते मङ्गलम् ॐ हृदयेश्वरी मङ्गलम् प्रणमतां प्रेमाकृते मङ्गलम् ॐ अमृतेश्वरी मङ्गलम् प्रणमतां मुक्तिप्रदे मङ्गलम् ॐ मृदुभाषिणी मङ्गलम् हृदिलसत्तेजोमयी मङ्गलम् ॐ हृदयेश्वरी मङ्गलम् प्रणमतां प्रेमाकृते मङ्गलम् ॐ हृदयेश्वरी मङ्गलम् प्रणमतां प्रेमाकृते मङ्गलम् ॐ हृदयेश्वरी मङ्गलम् ॐ अमृतेश्वरी मङ्गलम्